Hello, hello. More players. Check. Hey, now you should be able to hear me. Can you hear me? I think I have the audio working. You can't hear anything? Okay, I'm going to continue to work on the audio. Well, it shows that there's audio. Let's see. You think you heard me? There's a little delay. I think I have noise canceling on. By the way, somebody's texting me. Anybody else that's watching, if you're wondering where I'm or who I'm talking to. I'm going to put my wireless on, see if I can make it sound better. Wonder if I can do that while I'm already. Can you hear me any better now? Thanks for helping me, by the way. Cool. This webcam has a wireless mic that goes with it. So that's what I just turned on. And it has AI noise canceling, so you probably can't hear the printer. Anybody that's joined, I apologize for this boring video, but I'm testing out a brand new printer I got last night, as well as live streaming. I haven't ever done that on this channel, and I have never done it from anything other than my cell phone in the past, so this is all new to me. Thanks for checking it out and helping me out. By the way, at this point in time, I'm not the right person to ask about 3D printing, but I'm going to get up to speed really quick. That's my intent. And Eric, you can type into the chat if you prefer to do that rather than text me. Anybody wondering what I'm making here? So I'm being told that it's not allowing chats. That doesn't make sense. Let me see if I can figure that out. Well, if anybody's watching, try to put something in the chat window just to let me know if it works or not. Apparently it's not at the moment. Well, I'm going to continue to try to figure this out. Thanks for bearing with me. Yeah, refresh your screen, Eric. Maybe that'll do something. Maybe it's just you. I don't know if anybody else has tried. Yeah, I don't know what else. Let's see. All right. I'll keep trying, Eric. I'll let you know when to try again. Okay. I may have just set something up wrong when I started the stream. It says I have four people online. Can anybody? Oh, there we go. I see it now. Okay, cool. I didn't do anything, Eric. Well, since I know that's working, wait, sorry. This is like one of the first things that people print, from what I understand. I've already printed the other parts to it, so there's 3 different parts, and this is the 3rd part, which is going to take like 8 hours, and I'm like an hour and a few minutes into it. And I'm doing it boring one color. And that's mainly because I don't have any other colors until tomorrow morning. Amazon's sending them overnight. And then I've got Bambu Labs sending me like 7 rolls, additional colors and different types. I think I got some PTG, PLA, and some PLA silk. I think that's what I ordered. Anybody's wondering, I'm using a Holly Lark or a, yeah, is that what it's called? A Holly Lark Lyra webcam here. Maybe. I need it to finish so I can rearrange my office. But that ain't gonna happen unless I stay up all night. I probably ought to just go to bed and get up tomorrow and rearrange. But I'm a night person, and I never get anything done until it gets dark, no matter what time I wake up. Once I learn how to do this, I'm not using OBS to stream. I'm actually using a software called Meld Studio, and it's a little easier to use than OBS, from what I understand. But I really haven't used it in its multi-camera and that sort of thing, which I should do. I'm just not sure what I would talk about. So I just thought I would throw this up here just to practice. I don't know if it's just me, but I could kind of watch this for hours. Kind of like I watch my robot vacuum cleaner on my cell phone. I'm a nut. Hey, the program's called Meld Studio and it's free. And it runs a lot like OBS. It's just a lot simpler interface, I think. It's not as confusing. I'll type it in as well. I really should be making a video right now. Oh, no Linux version. I'm running it on Mac. I believe the software is pretty new, so maybe they'll come out with something soon or sooner than later. It's been around for. I'm not sure. I've had it for a few months, but I've only used it to just play around with. This is the first time I've actually streamed out of it. Seems to be working okay though. And from what I understand, what I tested, Meld Studio video quality is better. That's what I read originally when I first downloaded it. I don't know if it's the still better than OBS or not, but it does. When I would do some live recording of myself, it definitely seemed a lot better. So for whatever that's worth. That's funny. Yeah, that's true. Well, everything runs better on anything other than Windows. This is definitely a start, Eric. Unless a manufacturer sends me another one, then I have no idea what I'm going to do because I have zero room in this studio. It is, as you know, it started as a mixing and mastering studio, and so it's just one room here that I've literally pushed most of my audio gear against the wall, and I have it's just wall to wall stuff, and I can't. I have no more room. My wife will not let me take over another room, so I've got to figure something out. Definitely not a print farm unless I do it in the garage. And also, I'd have to figure out what the heck to print. You have more of a print farm than I do. Print all the things exactly as I've been told. You can't have everything. Where would you put it? I should have printed something on the side in a different color. Oh well, next time. Printing an iPhone standby mode dock now. 9 hours. Yeah, I mean this thing's gonna be pretty tall, I think. This is and um let's see, Basement Labs. I am printing a poop bin. Since I've only had this thing one day, I've been printing the parts like the chute and the little adapter that goes on the back of the X2C, or not, H2C, sorry. And this one's kind of a long oblong version of a poop bin because I don't have any room on my desk hardly. And this says it's going to take 8 hours, and I think I'm 1 hour into it. But I need it because otherwise it's been throwing stuff behind my desk, and I don't want to deal with that. Although I haven't used, just the calibration and stuff is really the only time it's spit anything out. And I haven't really tried multicolor yet. And I need to, until my other filament is going to come in tomorrow. I've got 4 more colors coming, and then I've got 7 more coming from Bambu Labs directly because I wanted to get a few of those. These are, I got the printer last night from Micro Center in Dallas, and I got some of their filament, which it was on sale like half price, so I went ahead and got some. Yeah, I thought about putting something just back there as well, but literally I have everything pressed against the wall because, like I said, my office is completely full of stuff. You'd be shocked. I do a lot of that Amazon product testing and reviews, and I've got boxes stacked. Well, yeah, boxes stacked up, and I even have a little storage area that I rent, and it's pretty full of stuff. But a lot of what's in here is not used for 3D printing. It's mostly musical equipment and studio gear. A lot of outboard gear and mixing hardware and that sort of thing, plus some musical instruments and amps and yeah, I don't have a basement. I'm here in Texas, and there's like no basements anywhere around here. Except I'll take that back. There's one area that's not too far from me that has, it's an older area, and they actually have like a small subdivision that have basements. When I moved over here, we looked over there, and specifically because they had basements. I do have a pretty good setup in the garage where I could probably fit some. Let me see. Yeah, these would fit out there. But I'm in Texas. It gets so hot in the summer. I don't know if it would be a good idea to put them out there if I was going to be printing more. And I don't print enough to really worry about um, Well, at least at this point, well, I can't say because I've just had it a day, but I don't anticipate printing so much that I won't be able to just dump it every so often. Now, if I get a laser, I will definitely put that outside. I contemplated buying the laser for the, well, actually, I was going to get a H2D and a laser or an H2S and a laser. And after reading and reading and reading, I come to the realization that a laser on one of these is probably not a great idea because I don't want to be cleaning it constantly. And I would like to get a laser at some point, and if I do, I'm probably going to get a separate device to do that. But once again, that has to do with a lot with what I decide to do with this, and not, right now I'm just playing and learning. But I anticipate that to ramp up pretty fast, like everything I do. I kind of go down a rabbit hole, and as I've been telling friends of mine, I have deliberately ignored 3D printing world for many, many, many years because I knew I'd go down a rabbit hole, and I'd do that with everything. And I decided to wait, and for whatever reason, this last week or, well, a couple of weeks, I've just decided I'm gonna. It's time. Yeah, basement's awesome. I had a friend in Colorado that had a giant basement. I mean, it was the size of their house underneath, and it was kind of semi-finished out, and it was just great. I would absolutely love to have a basement. Of course, my wife would never see me because that's where I would be all the time, and I would be that meme. I don't have any CNC machines. My father grew up, not grew up, but retired as a machinist for Bell Helicopter, and he was very, very good with CNC machines. And when he retired, I thought about getting him one, and I never did. He didn't really act interested in it, so I never did. Now he's too old, and once I got this 3D printer, I was thinking, how awesome would it have been to show him this? I'm still good planning on showing it to him, but he's not in all that great a shape. I don't know if he will actually appreciate it, but I think he would have thought this was extremely, extremely cool. Especially the CAD part of it as well. That's hysterical. 3D printed. Well, it was funny because I was talking to Eric that's on here earlier about I need to, I want to build or I want a stand or a desk or even like a large like tool chest to put the printer on behind me where I shoot my videos. I thought it would look cool in the background, but all of the tool chests I see they're not deep enough. And I said, well, I could use my other desk and I can move my office around, which I'm probably going to end up doing that. And then I just said, hey, why don't I just 3D print a desk? But I don't think that's going to work. Exactly. I'll build it, whatever this is, 320 millimeters at a time. Yeah, my plan was actually to rearrange my office tonight, but then I got this started before I made that decision. So now I'm gonna have to wait till tomorrow. And it's such a nightmare to redo this room. It's Hey Chad, it's a Bambu Labs H2C, and I just got it last night, so I don't really know what I'm doing at this point. I plan on getting up to speed pretty quick, but I building a couple of functional parts for it that don't come with the printer, and it's basically just so I can redirect the waste to like a little bucket. Instead of it shooting out the back, it's going to come around the side. Honestly, hey, this one, I'm not. I believe the P2S is probably as quiet as this. I don't know. I was at the Micro Center, and they had it, but they weren't printing with it. But they were printing with this one. This one's very quiet. Matter of fact, I have this sitting right beside my work area, and there's a few things that are noisy about it when you first start it or when you're calibrating. It does some vibration tests that can be kind of jarring, but I think well, Chad might be able to tell you. He's got the P2S. Uh, I find this thing to be very quiet. I thought it'd be a lot louder than it is. As a matter of fact, it even goes through some when you set it up, it goes through some motor uh, canceling. It does a lot of like tests to do some adjust the noise cancellation. So it adjusts the motor so it makes it as quiet as possible. And I don't find it distracting. I could easily be on a conference call with it running beside me. Hey Chad, so am I. Yeah, I'm surprised at how quiet these are. There's just certain times when you first start your job, it can be a little bit loud just for a few seconds, and then it's fine. And I'm guessing that I haven't done, like I said, I've just had it a day, so I haven't done a lot of tool changes and stuff with the C. So I don't know that whenever you're switching colors and it's switching tools out, if that's going to be very loud. I don't think it is, because it's not having to cut and purge the filament out. If you're doing a lot of color on a single head, and it's having to do a purge and cut, I could see where that might make a little noise. But just while it's printing like this, pretty quiet. Hush, Eric. kind of lucked out a little bit this week. I kind of wish I would have had this printer last weekend so that when we got snowed in, or I shouldn't say snow, when we got iced in here and I couldn't get into my office for 4 days, that would have been nice. This would have been nice to have during that period of time. The problem is that's when I decided to get it, because I had time on my hands and was researching while I was off work. Well, technically not off work, but not in the office. Chad, I'll just tell you this. I was saying earlier how I put off getting into 3D printing for ever since they came out. I told myself I wasn't going to go down that rabbit hole, and I did finally. I mean, I've been deliberately not looking at them at all because I knew that I would spend. See, I've got things I need to do tonight that I need to get done, and I'm sitting here talking and watching a printer. So I think you'll enjoy it. I think this is great. It's fascinating to me. Can't get over how accurate these things are when you think about what they're having to do. Well, I want to tell you this. I've got a noise canceling mic on, just a lavalier mic that's just on my shirt. But it has, let me turn off the AI noise reduction, see if you can hear it. Okay, now I've got the noise reduction turned off on the mic, and I'm sitting about a foot away from the printer. And I have a fan blowing directly down on me. Speaking of drones, I did the same thing. And the same person, Eric, that's on this chat, got me into drones and printing. And drones, I am too much of a rule follower, and I ended up buying drones and got all kinds of things, and then I never ended up getting my Part 107 license. And then they've started changing all the laws, and I live real near DFW Airport, and my drones have sat on the shelf. Wow, that'll be me in about 3 weeks. I can tell already. I don't even know how many hours. I haven't even looked, but I've only printed. Well, I've printed two separate parts for this. One of them was only a 13-minute print, and the other one was like 4.5 hours. And of course, I printed the little benchy guy, and that's it. I didn't have it set up until late yesterday evening. So it's been running pretty much all day today. I have a Phantom 4 as well. And I have Eric, help me. What was the one I got from somebody? Like a Phantom 2 or something like that? The one without it has a video on it, but it doesn't transfer the video. And then I've got some smaller drones as well. Yep, I feel the same way. intended on using my drones a lot more than I did, and then I thought, oh, I can use them for my YouTube channel, and I haven't done that either. I literally probably have on my Phantom 4. I've probably flown it, gosh, less than 10 hours total. I flew it when I was on vacation one time. I took it out to a lake and flew it over the lake and chased boats around, and that's almost about it. And I have the study materials for the Part 107, but I don't even know. I haven't even logged into the account. I have a lifetime membership to the training course, so I guess I could go and take it at some point, or take whatever the current. I haven't even kept up with the laws in the last couple of years. And the Phantoms are so big now compared to what they have available. I haven't charged my drones either, and I'm wondering about my batteries. I need to put them on there and condition them. Yeah, I wasn't really planning on making money with mine either. But I did plan on using it for well, I say not making money, but I had planned on. This was before I started my YouTube channels. Well, it's about the same time when I first got the Phantom 4, and I thought I was going to use it in my videos, and of course, you know, me being the rule follower, but it wasn't so much the 107 for that. It was more flying, having to drive quite a ways just so I could get away from the restricted areas and stuff. So I'm literally if you head south of the airport, which is in the flight paths, I'm right in the flight paths and a lot of the DFW flights and stuff. I'm a few miles out, but so I ended up flying them around schoolyards and stuff at low altitudes when I first got them. I think I have 3 or 4. I think I have 4 Phantom 4 batteries as well, and one of them was puffed out, so I got rid of it. It actually puffed out so much that it cracked the plastic shell that was around it. But I have some others that are still, well, I haven't looked at them in a while, so hopefully they're okay. I've got them in a one of those burn bag things. You know what's funny is I turned this on today or tonight just thinking I was going to test it out and see how it would look, and if it would be just to try something different on the channel. And I never dreamed I'd have this many people watching. I mean, it was up to 17 a few minutes ago, which concurrent viewers. And I know this is as boring as it can be, but this is kind of fun. I didn't expect to have anybody to talk to other than Eric. No offense, Eric. The algorithm is never at work when it comes to my channel. Lots of subs, not a lot of watch hours. And it's funny because here I am in Texas, and I think 8,000 of those 12,000 are from India. Not that that's any problem, but it's just strange to me that 8,000 are from India. And my main issue is I've been doing, well, they're supposedly long form video, but my videos are like 2 or 3 minutes long because they're mostly reviews of of technology and just different gadgets and things. And that just doesn't lend to a lot of long hours. I can have several thousand views on something and it only give me a handful of hours. It's so I'm kind of struggling with that. I was wondering if I might try to put some more things out, a little more detail. That was one of the things that led me to get a 3D printer as well. Is I was thinking that it might be able to make some better content, or at least some content that might have some of the viewers want to watch a little more. If I have something interesting to, that's the key. Is having something interesting to talk about. I'm still learning and struggling there, but yeah, I had another YouTube channel. It's actually the one that's the Tech4Dads Plus. That used to be a different name, and this was and I started that channel, and it has about half the amount of subscribers as this one. But I started it, and what I was doing is I've been kind of a part-time audio engineer for 20 years, or wait, 20 years. Let me think. Oh, more than that. I don't even want to say. Add a decade. And so what I was doing is I was taking a lot of these vintage concerts that were posted, and I was going through and remastering them and cleaning them up and making them sound good. And after I did that and got hundreds of thousands of watch hours, YouTube would not monetize me because I was reuse. It was under reuse. Yet people can sit there and do reaction videos to the exact same thing, and they have no problem monetizing those people. But remastering and preserving old vintage concerts where the whole purpose is to see and watch and listen, keyword there, audio, listen, I would say that's a significant change or a modification, but YouTube didn't see it that way. So that channel I kind of stopped going down that road after a good solid couple of years of really trying hard to get that monetized. Yeah, my family thinks I'm very cringy for doing videos. And I told them, you just wait. When you have kids and I'm gone, you can show them my old videos to my grandkids. Which I also have a idea for a video that has to do with 360 cameras. I've been into those for quite some time. And has to do with showing your family and such. And I always say the video's not for you, and it's not even for your family, it's for your future family. But it's not all about racing and snowboarding and skiing, and there's some other uses for it that people don't talk about. I'm eventually going to make a video about that. I have several. I have probably 6 or 7, I guess. Going way back to I don't even remember, a Kodak? Or was it a Kodak? I can't remember. But cameras are my thing. I didn't really say that, but I've been a photojournalist or sports photojournalist for about 20 some odd years. And so here in the Metroplex and other places here in North Texas, I shoot all the sporting events. Right, I don't shoot as much as I used to, but I cover pretty much every sport and at every level, and I've been doing that for, like I said, 20 something years. And pretty much everything's freelance these days. You don't work for a specific company, but I kind of do. My photos and stuff you'll see on um, put out by Getty and Associated Press, USA Today, all that sort of thing. You'll see them in, but it's Cowboys and Rangers and Stars and local colleges and. But there's so many photography channels. I don't have anything to add. Yeah, I used to buy cameras. I was chasing the latest tech constantly, and that's been since early 2000s. And I finally, when I got to the point to where the cameras were doing everything I needed them to do, where I started I stopped buying everything and said, hey, I had to say, well, is this going to make me more money by buying this new camera or this new lens or whatever? And I didn't say, hey, yeah, I'm going to make X amount of dollars this year or more. I was saying, I'm thinking of it in the terms of how much more money will I make because I buy this, not because I shot a bunch, because I could still shoot the same thing with what I already have for the most part. So it took me a long time to go to mirrorless cameras. And I finally did that. And I still don't have the latest ones at all. I have a couple of decent ones, but even my last SLRs were like the 1DXs from Canon, and I didn't upgrade to the version 2, version 3, so forth. I still shoot with the X's whenever I need that, but for the most part now I'm using like a Canon R5, R7. I almost bought a Canon R6 Mark III, and I got this printer instead. Yeah, I'm a Canon guy. I was a Nikon when I first started, and converted to Canon probably in like 2004. And so for the most part, I've got duplicates of almost all my cameras. I need and like I said, my latest ones are really like the R5, R7, and then I've got my SLRs are, like I said, I think the latest ones I have are the 1DXs. I've got a couple of those. And it's funny is I haven't even upgraded my lenses. I'm shooting mostly EF lenses still. I have one RF lens, a 7200. But all my big lenses, 400s and 300s and all those, everything else are EF mounts, just adapted. But I've slowed down a lot, so I can't justify buying more cameras. I was thinking I would use maybe the R6 Mark III for video work, but for the channel. But I've got so many like pretty decent webcams and action cameras, and I've got the Osmo Pocket 3, and all of those things work just fine. And so I thought I would just start another interest by getting into 3D printing. My first Nikon was I'm trying to think. Did they have like a D700 back in the day? Was it a? I'm trying to remember what it was. I'm certainly not staying on topic, am I? Anybody that's listening, I didn't even intend. I didn't think anybody would join. So this is great. It says I've had 172 views, and that's about 171 more than I thought I would have. So I'm just winging it. Yeah, well, this one was even before that. I know the D7200. This was like, oh, I know what it was. It was a D90. Is that right? D70. That's what it was. D70. That was the first one I had. I think what it probably was like 2003, somewhere around there. As far as safety, I think they've proven themselves. I'm probably not the right person to ask on that right now because I haven't been involved in 3D printing long enough. But I don't know about certain brands, but I know Bambu Labs, Creality, um, some of the others that are out there have pretty long proven track records of not. I haven't heard of anything like catching on fire or anything like that. I think if you were using the lasers and the cutting tools, I would be a little bit hesitant. But there are people that are doing that, especially in print farms that are running them 24 hours a day without any problems. This one's been running all day long today. This is the first time I've run it this many hours, and I'm sitting right next to it, and I don't feel any heat at all. No fumes. I think it's just fine to run them. Yeah, I think hobbies is a great topic. Hey, this is what am I baking? I am just so you know, I've said this a few times, but I just purchased this printer last night, so I am making a couple of functional parts for the H2C, and this is the third piece of a waste disposal chute, or as people like to call them, the poop chutes. So I've done the chute, and I've done the little part that goes on the back to mount it to the back of the printer, and this is the bin that everything's going to filter into. And I probably got another 6 hours on this guy. It's a pretty tall one, or I'm going to have to run this one overnight because unless I plan on staying up till 4 a.m., which I do quite often on the weekends, so I might be here when it finishes. I'm just as much of a newbie as anybody. I've done so much research, which is I'm guilty of like over researching if that's possible. And then the problem is I'll purchase something, and I'll give you a little story there. I researched the heck out of things, and then when I finally, literally yesterday when I was going to Micro Center to pick this up, they had pretty much all of them in stock. I thought they had the H2S, but apparently they didn't when I got there. And I still hadn't figured out which one I was going to get. And so I stood there and stared at them for a while. And this is way overkill for what I think I'll be doing. But I've just learned in the past where if I don't get the one that I really want, even though it's more expensive, I'm just gonna end up regretting it later. And I've lived and learned that, and I guess I'm lucky enough to be able to get this one. But now, even having it only one day, I can see where I'm gonna use the heck out of it. So, and what was funny is I stood there staring at the HD2 and the H2C side by side for probably 30 minutes, just standing there trying to decide. And then I finally decided I liked the color of the this printer better. It fit my room better. I'm like, you know what? If I can't make a decision, I'm gonna go with that. Yes, PLA. Matter of fact, it's the cheap stuff from Micro Center. They had it at half price, so I got it for like $9 a spool. So I bought 2 blacks and 2 whites, and then I've got some new. Can't even remember the brand. Something like that. I've got 4 new colors coming in tomorrow morning. I think it's all Pet G. And then I've got 7 more colors and different things coming directly from Bambu Labs. I don't know when those will come in, probably next week. And those are random type PLAs and PLA Silk. And I think I'm not sure if I got Pet G of that or not. But I thought I would get just some stuff under my belt before I decided to try anything else. And I'm not building anything right now that's going to be out in the weather or outside in the heat. But I thought the Pet G might be good to print some things like keychains and things like that. Did I lose my feed? Oh, it's back. Gosh, I thought I lost my feed there for a minute. Yeah, those Ender printers. See, if I would have started looking, I would probably back in the day or back even not way long ago. I don't guess. I don't know enough about them to even know what the first ones, like the maker ones or whatever they're called. I wouldn't even go to the library and look at them. And that's what my wife kept telling me when I came home with this. She was like, you could have just gone to the library and scheduled some time on them there. And just not how I roll. Yeah, I'm not sure what caused that hiccup on the video feed. I'm glad it's back. I didn't want to have to restart it. That's the last thing I needed to do. Yes, and I'd heard that about using the PLA as a support or vice versa. And that'll be nice. I need to put, if I'm going to end up using, I probably, trying to think how I want to do it. I'd probably put the PLA on the side spool instead of in the AMS. To run through the left nozzle to use for supports. Does that sound plausible? See, and that's the other thing. I'm either gonna have to pull my desk away from the wall or figure something out, because I can't really use the side manual. Here I am one day into it, and I'm already thinking I need another AMS too. That was exactly why I was thinking about the H2D, because I wanted to. I think mostly what I would do is something like what I'm doing right now with a second color. You know, like for logos or for just some kind of little specialty. Probably text is probably what I would do in a different color. And I thought not for sure I could get by with just two nozzles, and I easily could have gotten by with one. It's one of those things where I'm like, you know, it wastes filament and stuff to have one nozzle. But how much am I printing? It wouldn't even add up to anything. And but I decided what I decided, and I'm pretty happy so far. Do you, any of you guys, use any of the like the tungsten hardened heads? Because I'm curious, or the nozzles. I'm kind of wondering about like if I get some of those different filaments that are somewhat abrasive, if it might be a better idea to have one of those assigned to a tungsten or a hardened steel version. I'm not even sure what the one that comes with this, because right now I'm just printing on the right nozzle, which is the newer type nozzle. That's the inductive heating, and the 4mm is the one I'm using. But I was just curious if what type came with it, and if it might be worth having at least one of the better ones that I could assign those type of filaments to. Yeah, I somebody said the same thing, that this did have the hard steel one. Um, I don't know, because you know it came with 6 nozzles, so I don't know if they're all hardened or not. Cool, Eric. Thanks. Glow in the dark PLA is. I did not know that. I did know the carbon fiber was. I watched a video the other day, last night actually, about carbon fiber. The guy was putting that filament under, was it the PLA CF or whatever it is? I think that's what it is. He was putting it under like an electron microscope and showing you how it really leaves a lot of voids. And it literally is not any stronger. It's actually weaker because it leaves voids within the filament or within the prints. It was very interesting. I mean, he made a very strong argument for how the carbon fiber isn't worth a darn. And I think this guy had he worked in the medical industry, so and he did a bunch of stuff with, so he had electron microscope. Oh, he did a CT scan. That's what it was. He was using this, well, I think he had an electron microscope and a CT scanner. And it was quite interesting to look at the layers and how it had voids and holes kind of, you know, intermixed in there, unlike the standard PLA. But it looked like it, you know, it was like a lot of it wasn't adhering to each other. It was just like, it kind of looked, when you looked at it under that CT scan, it looked like it just had cracks all in it. Cracks, and then you'd have like holes. I sure wish these cameras inside the printer would allow me to stream them to something other than my phone. I hate having to use a webcam shooting through the glass. I'm seeing all those reflections, and that kind of stuff drives me crazy, especially that green dot that's coming off the front of my camera. I guess I could turn that off, I think. I'm kind of perfectionist that way. I can't stand that. And I feel like you should be able to use the stream however you want, not just to their proprietary app, which doesn't surprise me with Bambu Labs. I know a lot of the stuff's kind of a closed, kind of like an Apple ecosystem, but perhaps that'll happen sometime. Oh, they do. Okay, I need to look further. See, and I just assumed that you couldn't. That's great. I am going to look into that. Okay, thank you. I'm glad I mentioned that. I just assumed that you couldn't. Excellent. I don't know how often I'll be streaming this stuff because I don't know how much people like to watch it, but I kind of find it satisfying. And just after today, this is my, like I said, my very first time to try streaming, try a live stream. Really, I have a couple of like archive live streams on here where I was just fooling around, and I really didn't even go live. I think it was not even publicly posted. So now I was just playing around. I was like, oh, that'd be great. I can just stream this and record it and see how it comes out. And then here I have all these people viewing, and I'm very happy for that. I just wasn't prepared to have anything to talk about, but I am kind of rambling. And I'm learning too. It's funny, I was originally trying to set up my Ace Pro 2, my Insta360 Ace Pro 2, to do the streaming because it's a wider camera. And they just updated the software to allow YouTube streaming. And I spent an hour trying to get that figured out, and it just would not connect to YouTube for whatever reason. Or it would connect, but it would never stream. And so I ended up moving over to this Hollyland Lyra webcam instead. But now I'm probably going to use the internal camera now that you told me that you can do that. You did, Eric, and I appreciate it. You should be putting your 2 cents in here. You've been 3D printing for a long time. And Jack, where are you at again? Where you're getting snow? Did you say Iowa, or is that somebody else? I think that was Chad that was in Iowa. Ah, okay. Charlotte, North Carolina. I flew into Charlotte for the first time when my son, we were looking at colleges for him. He was playing soccer, and we were doing some recruiting out, and he was out doing recruiting trips, and we were in Charlotte area. And that's the only time I've been there, and we stayed in a bed and breakfast that was kind of, well, where was it? I'm trying to remember which college it was. It was, why can't I think? They don't have soccer anymore because of COVID. This was all around COVID, and it ended up he was being recruited, and they shut down their soccer program after COVID. So it turned out good that we didn't end up there. Oh, Wisconsin. Okay. Yeah, you guys are up where it's really cold. It's actually really cold here. It's dropping another. I don't even know what the temperature is. 33 here, and I'm in Arlington, or Mansfield, Texas, which is, if you're not familiar, it's directly in between Dallas and Fort Worth. I've been to Wisconsin one time as well, or more than once. Went to the Dells, of course, right? Yeah. It got down, I don't know if it got down to single digits here. It got down to, I know one day I saw it was 13, which is pretty ridiculous, but it was solid ice. We had solid ice for 3 days, and then I mean they canceled school 4 days. Some people were canceled even today still, but we had probably 3 to 5 inches of just no snow, solid ice, and we don't have snow plows, so they pretty much just shut everything down. I couldn't get out of my driveway. And we tried to shovel it, and we couldn't even get the shovel to crack it. And of course, us being Southerners and not knowing anything about how to deal with that, I'm out there pouring boiling water on it, trying to get it to melt, and that just did nothing. Well, the crazy thing is, here, uh, and I don't know if this is related or not, but my tile in my kitchen in one section buckled, and that leads me to believe that maybe I have a foundation issue, which is not something I want to think about. But it buckled, and now it's kind of like a teepee. I mean, it popped up. The tile itself didn't break, but right where the joints are, just bent up in one section of my kitchen. So I got to deal with that. And then my father's house, I'm not sure exactly what happened because I had to deal with it remotely. He had a pipe burst in his kitchen, and so they had to come out day before yesterday in the weather, and they got it fixed. And it was apparently in his kitchen as well. And literally in the summer, last summer, he had a pipe break in the kitchen, and it was underneath the slab. You know, everything's concrete slabs here, and they had to dig a huge hole. I mean, you could literally stand in it underneath the house to fix that, and that wasn't cheap. And I'm assuming that this was not the same spot because they got it done in one day and not a week like the last time. Yeah, I'm glad it's there too. The extent of my plumbing is replacing things in the toilet valves, and um, my water sprinklers, my sprinkling system stuff, and that's very limited. That's about the extent of my plumbing. Or I should say plumbing experience. I definitely have more plumbing than that. Just not that I work on. Is this Ryan? Yeah, this is a Bambu Lab H2C. and I've just had it one day. I mean, matter of fact, it's, what time is it? 12. I've had it for a little over 24 hours. And I know a lot of people that have P1Ss are very happy with them. And when I very first started looking into getting this printer, my thought was I started off thinking I was gonna get the P2S. I already have a PS2 from long ago. uh, but yeah, as I researched and got FOMO, I guess, and decided to go ahead and get this one. And if I really get into this, I could see myself getting a P2S if I could find room for it. I honestly never thought I would end up with the the H2C. I literally made the decision when I was standing at the store looking at it for 30 minutes between the H2S and H2D and this one, and they had sold out of the H2S like a few minutes before I got there, so that ruled that one out. And I drove all the way to Dallas, which was, I don't know, almost an hour from me, and I was gonna come home with something, so my friend Eric that's on this chat as well, he has a P1S. I understand, Jack. That's the same thing. It's like for like everything that I should say everything, not everything, but most things that I buy these days, I try to get some sort of ROI on them, and this is the first thing that I literally felt like I was not going to get any on it. Other than, I guess ROI compared to if I would have bought the P2S or even something smaller than that. Considering what I print, I don't know that I would ever make up the difference unless I start selling something, which I don't know if I'll end up doing that. And if nothing else, I can learn as much as I can about these and use it for content for my channel. And if that's the case and I get people to tune in and I actually have something that people enjoy and talk to people like I'm doing now, it would be absolutely worth it to me that I spent this extra money. At least that's what I'm telling myself. And ironically, I've been sitting on YouTube and watching every kind of video known to man for the last week or two, and it's funny because now I was telling Eric that I can finally stop watching the videos that are comparing them, and now I need to now I need to start watching videos on how to use the slicer and maybe even like Tinkercad and Fusion and those type of things, but those are all coming. I'm a quick learner, but at least now I can stop fixating on which one I should get. Hey, have a good night too, Chad. Thank you. I really appreciate you tuning in. This is my first live stream, so I appreciate you being here. That's great. That's cool, Jack. I I keep envisioning that I might come up with something, because originally when I was trying to get my dad a CNC machine, I had all kinds of little functional little parts for cameras that I had come up with and had ideas for, and I knew he would be able to do it. And of course, we never did that. Um, so now I feel like, oh, I'll be able to come up with something. But there's so many people doing things, and there's so much available now from overseas and stuff that you can get. I'm just wondering what I would be able to come up with that would be marketable. And I'm not going to be I'm just not a person that prints like trinkets and toys and fidget spinners and those type of things and helmets. I actually might print football helmets. That might be fun, but I don't. That's just not what I intend to do. So I really have to kind of start figuring out where my niche would be in that regard if I decided to start selling anything. But I think mostly this is going to end up being more of an educational tool for me, and I know that's what it'll be, and maybe it'll evolve further. Ryan, sorry, I'm just now seeing this. Dallas is close to me as well. I went to Fort Worth to pick it up from him, and he sold AMS and 15 rolls. Hey, that's a good deal. That's an awesome deal. I mean, the P2Ss are what, $7.99 with the AMS? So half price plus 15 rolls. That's a good deal. And very very capable from what I understand and from what I've seen from my friends that have the P1S. They've produced some great things with it. So, I mean, like you said, it's hard to pass that up. Yeah, Jack, I guess if I was younger, I might think some of that was cool, but I think the technology is cool, and I think the artwork and the things that people are able to create, and it's amazing to me how they can do some of the things that they do. It's just not something that I would be printing. Yeah, Ryan, I'm like 45 minutes from Dallas, depending upon what part of Dallas. I think Micro Center took me 50 minutes to get there, and I went at like 3 o'clock in the middle of the week, or yesterday, and it took me about 45 minutes to get there. I'm just here in Arlington, Mansfield area. See, that's cool, Jack. I that's where I would just have to learn. I have to learn. So I think once I learn what these are capable of and learn how to actually do it, I might be able to come up with some things. I can already think of a few things just off the top of my head, but it's all stuff that have already been done. But there's still times where in especially like with photography and stuff, there's just like little gadgets and little things, adapters and things like that that are hard to find, that I think that I might be able to create, but I don't know that they would be mass selling. So it's one of those where it would be nice that I can create my own instead of having to track something down every once in a while. Heck, the other day, well, it wasn't the other day, but last year, my coffee maker had a part that went missing, and I could not. It was going to cost me. I found one somewhere, I don't know, on eBay somewhere. The little part that I needed, it was plastic, that I needed to replace, and the guy wanted nearly as much as a whole new machine. And I ended up buying a new machine instead. And if I would have had a printer and I knew what I was doing, I probably could have designed the part. Of course, missing the part, I don't know that I would have been able to recreate it without having one available. So that would have been one of those things that I probably could have used a 3D scan of it. Would have probably been easier than trying to design it. And I also into that too. I've been looking at some of those 3D scanners, and I think for like making duplicate parts and things, that would be kind of neat to do. Are they? Yeah, I could see that. It almost seems like you could come up with something for a like an iPhone that has it has the, oh, I can't even think, I'm drawing a blank, but the newer ones that have the depth sensors and everything. It almost seems like you could use an iPhone to do something similar. Yes, I have read that about the photo, and I intend to try that. I've already talked about that. I do a lot of stuff with AI, and I don't want to get in the habit of being an AI kind of person with 3D printing. I want to learn the technical ways to do it myself. I want to learn the CAD procedures and whatnot, but I'm not opposed to playing around with AI. I'm gonna have to check out your channel, Jack. That's pretty funny. Yeah, that's the one thing that I'd seen about the with 3D printers is always people wandering around and scanning people's their heads and like their bust shots or whatever. I thought that would be pretty funny, but I don't know that I would be something that I would want to do really. I was thinking just for something that I didn't know how to build, that it might get me started, to get me a base to start to do the modifications that I needed to do to make it correct. Yeah, see, that's exactly what I'm hoping to be able to do. The piece that I guess I'll say lost something within my coffee machine. There was this one part, and I literally lost it, and I have no idea. I took the thing apart; it just was gone. It just was missing, and I don't know if maybe it fell off into my coffee cup or something, and I threw it away or dumped it down the drain. So I had nothing to go by. but I knew what it looked like, and I was, I knew what it did, and so I was searched everywhere. I searched this was a Keurig, and I could not for the life of me find one anywhere for sale. See, I'm not an engineer by trade. I'm into information security, networking, that sort of thing that I've been around for many years. But I'm not an engineer, so I'm not like a lot of people that are into this stuff are engineers, and a couple of friends of mine are mechanical engineers, so this is right up their alley. So this is going to be kind of new to me in some regards. Oh, oh my gosh. And the original was a plastic gear. It wasn't a metal gear that you just replaced. I guess not if you're buying 200. Yeah. Cybersecurity. Yep. I've been doing some variation of it since, I don't even know if I want to say it, 1992. That's when I started getting into, that's when I started my career in networking and IT. And then I kind of went full time cybersecurity, ethical hacking, that sort of thing, in about 2010, after just doing it on my own, but I mean, doing it as part of my other job, and kind of been involved in that ever since. Right now, I actually work as well, I'm director of information security, but it's also compliance, and I spend more time dealing with banks and compliance and ISO and SOC certifications nowadays than I actually do directly in cybersecurity itself. Nice. The HP DL160. Did those used to be compact at one time? Did HP buy compact? Is that correct? I'm trying to remember. I used to build all that kind of stuff here at my house, and now I've got so many other hobbies and things that I don't even. I just have my Macs around now, and I was a die-hard Windows person, and then I did some Linux, and I still do some Linux on my Macs and VMs, but um, almost everything I have is Macs these days. And now, whenever I run a virtual machine, it's always just I mess around with it with Kali Linux and stuff like that. But I really don't have any real purpose to be in a VM these days. I do run Windows in a VM sometimes, or for sandboxing stuff for when I need to do some testing or I need to look into something. Anybody else have any questions about what you're looking at? Yeah, I played around with Kali quite a bit with the Metasploit stuff, and I didn't want to set up a lab and mess around with all that. So I mean, I started really kind of using the tools for Wi-Fi and messing with that a little bit in the neighborhood just for fun. But I didn't use it a whole lot. I just, matter of fact, I got a big book on it, on how to use it. Of course, it's probably already outdated because I never read it. I rarely read anything. I either watch a video on YouTube or I figure it out. It's a curse. Yep, I started building them. Let me think. I was older than that, but I had computers before that. I had Apple IIe's back in the day. Yes. Yep, it has interchangeable. You can't really see it in this view because the Vortex module is hidden right now for the most part. But if you look down kind of over where you see the subscribe or the YouTube symbol, see that light, that little LED, and then there's another one kind of down a little ways. Those are all the nozzles. And they're magnetic, and they're also induction heated, so they're different than the standard nozzles. As you look at, if you look, the one it's using right now is one of those type of nozzles, the interchangeable induction type, and the one on the left is the standard one like you'd see on your printer. And I don't have anything going through there yet, but yeah, that seems to be working really well too. And a lot of people like the, I guess that new, oh, I can't remember the brand that's coming out. I think it starts with a Q. That has the more, and then you also have the older style interchangeables where everything's has filament already in them, and it's like a traditional tool changer where it goes and picks one up and it's loaded already and ready to go with different. The advantage of those, they're faster, but and you can run different filament sizes, so you can put a different head in each one of them, and you can put a different types of filament. Where here, it's well, it's somewhat programmable. It's smart, so I have multiple types of. I mean, it comes with multiple size nozzles. You can use multiple nozzles, but then you also have the AMS that sits on top that you can put different kinds of filament in, and you can assign the filament and the colors to certain nozzles if you want, and then it will intelligently figure out the most economical way and the fastest way to do the print. And so it can switch between there, and it literally doesn't load the color or the filament into the nozzle until it does the switch. But you can set like different kinds of filament to go to certain nozzles and different kinds of and then same with like the coloring. So it's pretty cool especially if you do a lot of multicolor. But I think a lot of it is not even so much color as it is being able to use different, not having to go in there and manually switch out your nozzle types. I think that's a good part of it. It does it itself. No, you're not. And this is the first time for me. Is it Nick? Yeah, my eyesight's failing me. I just got this printer yesterday, and I'm just probably on about 30 hours since I bought it. So that's why you see a poop bin being created, because I'm just doing the I guess the typical things that you need, some extra little parts. So I've gotten the chute done and the connector for the back of the H2C. Because the way it connects, I'm sure you probably already know this, but where you have the external spool handle or external spool holder, there's a secondary one down lower on the printer, and I had to print a part for that so it would snap on, and then this is the actual bin that's going to go underneath. And I'm not using any multicolor right now because I'm not. Honestly, I only have black and white right now because I picked up a couple of 4 spools at Micro Center when I picked up the printer. And then I've got some new colors and filament types coming in tomorrow, and then next week from Bambu Labs I'll have their brand coming in. So I can take advantage of that RFID. That seems like it would be a cool thing, but so far I've had no problems with this, and this is the cheapest of the cheap. I got it for like $9 a roll, or maybe even less than that. Yes, for shame. You're exactly right. And the funny thing is I'm doing it black because I want it not to be seen. And I wish I had my gray roll in before I did this, just so it would match the side even better. But I think it'll be kind of nice to have that because of the black against the gray with the window on the side looks good. So we'll see. It's all about aesthetics. And I was saying earlier, I'll just mention this. Nick is, I didn't know which one I was going to get when I got to Micro Center yesterday. I was between the 3 different H series, and they had just run out of the H2S, and right before I got there, and so I was staring at the H2D and the H2C for at least 30 minutes, and I couldn't figure out which one I wanted. And this is way more than I needed by far. Any of the H's were way more than I needed. But I just didn't want to have buyer's remorse and wish I would have. So I was sitting there, and ultimately what got me to pass, well, besides not wanting to miss out on, see, there was 2 things. I didn't want to miss out on the latest and greatest technology, but at the same time, I hate version 1 of technology. So I was a little concerned about the Vortex module in the 2C. So that was split down the middle, whether I had one good thing going for it and one bad thing going for it. And then the H2D, that would have honestly been the best, probably the one I really probably should have gotten. But I was sitting there and I couldn't figure it out. So ultimately the color matches my studio. So I said, okay, since I can't figure it out, that's what I'm going to make the deciding factor, is the color. Needed yet. Yeah, that's what I keep telling myself. And I honestly don't have a whole lot to talk about. I'm enjoying talking to you guys, but this is the first time I've been on a live stream on my channel, and I was talking to somebody else. I was actually texting with my friend Eric. I don't know if he's still on here or not. And I said, hey, I could put a camera up and just show what I'm printing here and try doing a live stream. And for the fun of it, just to play around. And then I ended up talking for, I don't know how long I've been on here now, quite a while. 2 hours? Holy cow! I can't believe that. But I've learned a lot because I've learned a lot, and I've really enjoyed this. I may have to do this more often. Yep, first one. I know it seems like a kind of extreme to get this one for my very first, but I I was telling people earlier that I deliberately stayed out of the 3D print market for ever since it started. I would not look at it because I knew I'd go down the rabbit hole, and so I waited and waited and waited, and I knew I was going to love it anyway. So whenever it came time to get one, I knew I wanted one of the better ones out there, and I wanted one that was going to work and not give me issues. I literally had thought about the Creality ones. That was why I started looking at it originally, and then as I did my research, I've kind of learned. I got a lot of opinions, let's put it that way. So now I can stop watching YouTube videos about opinions and start watching more about creating. Thank you. I am trying not to stumble over my words. Time does fly. Yeah, that's part of it, is the ease of getting into it now. I didn't want to be. I have way too many other things that I've discussed earlier that I do. I have a lot of technical side hustles, I guess you would say, and running this YouTube channel and doing videos and my sports photography gig for the last 20 something years, plus regular work and just everything you can name. And the last thing I wanted to do was being tinkering inside of the printer, just trying to get it to work. And so I'm glad I did wait. You know, I don't care. I thought about that, Richard, and I have so many devices that I test with my channel, like with my gadgets and whatnot, that I am pretty sure with like not webcams, my security cameras and other things, that I got all kinds of stuff phoning home. My main job, or my real life, is information security, so I do know how to separate networks and that sort of thing. And so I do have this printer and all my IoT devices on a separate network, but I don't have it locked down as much as I should. Oh yeah, oh yeah, I know they do. I know they all send back to China, and I just don't. A lot of things. There's not a lot of stuff internally. I mean, heck, I've got like super boxes and things like that that I'm testing and having internally as well in my home network, and I'm sure that they've captured so much stuff, but I tend to be pretty careful about what I have on my network, or I at least try to separate them as much as possible. But I laugh at about a lot of things that people worry about things like this, which I agree that it's something to worry about. But people, and then they worry about certain social media collecting information, and I completely agree that that's something that people should worry about. But then people will go into places like LinkedIn, and they'll put so much personal information out there that that's actually real personal information that can really, I mean, you're telling people where you used to work and how long you were there and your title and all those type of things that people don't really, I don't think people think of LinkedIn as something that's that big of a deal. Or they are now, maybe a little more than they did, but it's funny how people will go in and do that. And and then complain about the other things spying on you. And just a little tidbit, I worked for a company a while back. So when you go to LinkedIn, I don't even know if I should, yeah. When you go into LinkedIn and they want you to verify yourself with the Clear application or whatever service, I worked for a company that developed that Clear system. And it was not originally created for the purpose that they are using it for. Let's put it that way. Yes, Washington State, and it looks like New York is doing the same thing. I can just see how much of a, I don't, well, hopefully it doesn't even pass, but those type of laws are definitely worrisome. If it did, Richard, I think it's furthest along in Washington State, from what I gather. It's funny though. There's one YouTuber that it seems like all of his videos recently are talking about that. So, yeah, I and second, yeah, that's right. I thought you were being funny, but yes, you're right. You're right. And that already is illegal, right? And it's just like drones and things like that. You have the wrong people making the decisions. You have people, in my opinion, that are, you know, it sounds good, but they don't have any personal experience with it. And I mean, for the most part, and I don't know if they use enough focus groups and things like that before making decisions. It's more lobbyists and just what sounds good. Exactly. That's the last thing I want to do on my channel is talk about politics. Well, the problem is it's just like everything. The people that the people that shouldn't be doing stuff will be the ones that are still able to, and the people that are responsible won't be able to. So tell me something I should print next I'm gonna probably. I mean, I haven't even looked. To be funny is I haven't even looked through like all the stuff that's out there, but just trying to print some little parts like this to start. But I don't have a clue what I want to print afterwards, and I don't really want to print like I was saying earlier. I'm not really a toy type of person. I'm a little too old, I guess, but I just wonder what other really useful, functional parts that I might be able to create after this. And also, since it takes so long to print everything, I kind of want to be sure that whatever I'm printing is something that I'll enjoy or at least learn something from. Multi-board. Is that anything like the oh, what is that system? That was one of the things I was thinking about it for, like, that everything snaps together. Oh, that's called like a, what is that called? For like your drawers and things, and you can print out different kind of things, and they all like snap into blocks so you can organize things. I can't think of what it's called. Thank you. That's it. Gridfinity. That's exactly what I was thinking of. I think that might be on my list, but I have to figure out how I'm going to rearrange my studio tomorrow and figure out if I'm going to end up having to get some new furniture or something, because I don't have enough drawers. I've got stuff stacked in places, and I've got, I just need drawers. So I got to figure something out, and once I get drawers, then I'll probably be able to better deal with that Gridfinity stuff. I guess I could print stuff ahead of time. At least the base, right? Oh, multi-board. Okay, okay. Yeah, I'll look into that multi-board stuff too. So I'm in my office or my studio here. This was originally a mixing and mastering room for audio. So the things I have hanging on my wall right now are vertically are a lot of acoustic treatment, bass traps and acoustic treatment, and guitars hanging on the wall. Matter of fact, I have a guitar hanging directly behind this printer right now. And whenever it does its vibration test, I'm afraid it's going to like rattle my guitar. Yeah, that makes sense, Zach. I'm the worst interior design person there is, and this room is like morphed into, it still has all my outboard gear for my mixing and mastering, and I mean, I have a whole wall that used to extend out that's mixing controllers and lots of outboard gear and musical equipment, and that's all. I've got all that stuff pressed up against one wall, and then I've got my YouTube video stuff kind of like in the middle of the room, and I'm using the same desk, but I've got lighting and whatnot, and then now I've got the 3D printing going, and I'm run out of space. And I continue to get stuff, from the main gist of my channel is checking out gadgets and doing tests for companies and reviews, and so I get lots of gadgets in that I don't use, and if I was smart I would just sell them after I've reviewed them, but I don't end up doing that, so I end up with big piles of stuff like projectors and solar panels and stuff like that. And I've got to and I even moved stuff to some of the stuff out to a storage unit, and I just got to figure something out because I can't expand anymore in my house. I could move some of the stuff to the garage, but a lot of it's heat sensitive, so I can't put it in the attic, and I don't want to put it in the garage because I live here in Texas where it gets over 100 a lot. So I'm worried about anything that's temperature sensitive. I've got well, six guitars in here right now, and two big amps. I even have old 8-track reel-to-reel, multi-track recording reel-to-reels, and I've got, I don't know, during COVID I started building guitars, so I built like 5 or 6. Not completely from scratch, but pretty close. Almost everything was replaced or built from something else. I really got into that during COVID, and then I didn't, and I stopped. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm afraid of too. I don't want to get into that where I'm trying to print something just because I can. But specialty things that are hard to find, that's what I'm really hoping to gain out of it. But more than that, it's learning. I'm constantly in some sort of I don't know. I guess it's a hobby, but I constantly go like full on crazy rabbit hole and learn everything I can, and then I move to something else. And I've been putting off the 3D printing for years, and so it's finally time for that to add that to the list of things. But I don't want to be printing out something I can guitar picks. I thought about that. That'd be funny. Maybe some custom ones. But I don't want to be printing out stuff that I can get for 25 cents on Amazon. "3D print a guitar." Oh my gosh. Yeah, maybe a hollow body or something. That would be kind of cool. You might, Nick. I mean, and my wife just can't stand it, but I'm like, I'm not dead and I'm not going to stop learning. So I, uh, I've gone down so many different rabbit holes, and uh, it's hard to explain. But I'm into technology, and I'm into music, and I'm into um, networking and that sort of thing. And my day job's always been something technical, and so I've had a lot of my side hustles have always been something that's been I've tried to make it something that's completely different, or it incorporates technology, but it is a creative outlet. I mean, there was a good portion of time where I wasn't, especially during COVID, where I never got out of the house until the only time I got out of the house and had any kind of social life was when I was doing my sports photography for USA Today at that time. And I would get out and shoot mostly pro events during that time period. And during COVID, they started kind of cutting back on how many media credentials and things like that we're giving out per event, and so I slowed down a bit on that. And I still do it. I think the last thing I shot was a cotton bowl, and then but so I always have some sort of creative outlet to get away from strictly tech. RC lawnmower. Now that's cool. I've, I would love to have a RC lawnmower, but I have to have some grass. My grass is, I've replaced my entire yard with grass for 3 different times, and it just keeps dying, and nobody's been able to figure out what the deal is. I mean, I still have some, but it's just pathetic. My backyard looks like the surface of Mars. My front yard looks decent because my homeowners association will kill me if it doesn't, but I'm getting tired of spending money to replace it when it keeps dying. But that's a whole nother subject. As far as IT professional, I have been an IT professional. I guess, my first since '92. Right now I'm a information security director and compliance officer, or whatever you want to call it. I don't really know what they call me these days, but I'm dealing more with compliance now than I am not as much hands-on IT work as I used to do. I'm in a lot of tools and stats and vulnerability analysis, but on the security side, and then as far as compliance, that's what I mostly deal with. We're dealing with banks and SOC 2 and ISO 27001 certifications, and answering questionnaires from banks all the time. And I'm ready to retire from that at some point. I'm wondering when my wireless mic here, this lapel mic, is going to die on me. It's hanging in there though. Yeah, my yard's frozen too. I'm here in North Texas, Dallas Fort Worth area. It finally melted off, but I was under 3 to 5 inches of complete solid ice. No snow, solid ice for about 4 days. Not so much socks, not socks, but SOC 2 audits for like data center audits and that sort of thing. Thank goodness I'm not doing socks like Sarbanes-Oxley anymore. I don't want to deal with that. That's funny. I'm not going to talk about that. Yeah, I've been in all sizes too. I started off with a company that was pretty small, doubled in size, got purchased by a very large company, and we ended up buying a very large company equal to our size, and we got really big. And I was there for 24 and a half years, and they decided to lay us off. And funny, they eliminated our positions, but 6 months later, they rehired all these positions, and everybody was in their early 20s or mid 20s. It's kind of funny how that worked. But anyway, I'm not bitter. And then I worked for another very large company after that, and for 5 years, and then Now I've been with another company for 2 years, which is a fairly small private company, and being private is the best thing that's happened to me. So this is where I will retire from unless something terrible happens. Hey Eric, you're back. You're now number 2. My screensaver keeps coming on. There you go. Oh, HIPAA. Yeah, I had to deal with HIPAA for a little while. One of our, not my current job, but we had science and healthcare, which was a part of our company that had a section, and we called the HIPAA stuff toxic waste, and everybody tried to stay away from that if they didn't have to deal with it. PCI, definitely. I don't have to deal with that. We don't take credit cards where I work now, so I don't really even have to talk about that, thank goodness. Oh, what are we talking about? Well, at first, it was nothing, because this is the first time I've had a live stream, and I got this new printer last night, and I'm printing some parts, and I was talking to a friend, and I said, you know what, I want to put a webcam on here and see if I can try live streaming on my channel. I've never done it before, and I thought it would just be him and I just messing around and seeing how it looked and that sort of thing. I didn't know what I was doing, and it's turned into almost, well, I don't know, how long is it now? It's 2 hours and 39 minutes of chatting with a bunch of different people that I've not spoken with before, and I've enjoyed every minute of it. It's been kind of cool, to be honest with you. I'm going to have to do a lot more of these. But it kind of evolved from the 3D printer stuff to just like hobbies. We're talking about hobbies and what we're into and that sort of thing. Oh, that very large green tractor company. Yes. And you said you're in Wisconsin, right? Yeah, I agree. I totally agree, Nick. That's why this is I my my YouTube channel was started because I just need a creative outlet, another one, and I have always been behind the camera in my side gigs, and I decided I was going to force myself to get in front of the camera a little bit. Plus, I love gadgets and all kinds of tech, and I was like, well, that's what I'm going to do. And I don't remember if you were online earlier when I was talking about my other channel. What I had originally started was a channel that was dedicated to taking. I'll make this short because I've already said this, but I had a YouTube channel that I had for a couple of years, and still have it, but it's not dedicated to that anymore. It was remastering live concerts. Like a lot of the vintage concerts that are out there, there's a lot of footage of stuff on YouTube that people post, and it sounds like crap. And when you're listening to a concert, the audio, I would think, is just as important, if not equal or better, more important. And I went through all kinds of time and stuff spent, time and effort spent on remastering several concerts, and YouTube wouldn't monetize me because of reuse. And every once in a while, I would get warnings and stuff. So it just turned out not to be worthwhile to do that anymore. People will take those same kind of videos and they'll, quote, react to them. And those people are monetized and have no problems with copyrights and stuff. But yet, here I was trying to uh, enhance it, make it something better for posterity, and they didn't seem to think that that was as important as reaction videos. So I left that and started this new channel. Yeah, they're trying to understand what YouTube's going to do from day to day is not something I'll ever figure out, I don't think. So I'm just going to do what I do. And you know, I was saying earlier how this channel is, I've gotten lots of subscribers, but my video content is not real conducive to super long form videos. So a lot of people are just looking, if I'm doing a review on a gadget or I'm talking about it, or you know, a lot of them are short, or they're things that I can't go super in depth into. They're not interesting in that way. It's more like, you know, what do I think about it, and you know, is it worth your time? Which typically, my thing here is if I do review something and you see a video, it's something that I would actually recommend to at least some sort of audience. I turn down a lot of stuff, and then I also, whenever somebody sends me something and it just doesn't work, or it doesn't live up to expectations, I just tell the manufacturer I can't do a video on it. So, but those type of videos, they're people will skip through them, and so I haven't gotten any watch hours. I mean, I get watch a few, but I don't have near enough watch hours to do monetization. So I have to deal with the whole Amazon affiliate stuff to make it worthwhile. That would be pretty funny, Nick. I really honestly I couldn't get, you know, you can't really get through to anybody, and when you do a appeal, you have to send another video in. So you have to video yourself making an appeal, and you know, and then each time that you get declined or denied, it takes like 90 days before you can do it again, and then it's like I want to say it was 30 days, then 90 days, and then so when I was doing those videos, I was having to wait every time I got declined, and then I would do a rebuttal. I had to wait 90 days before I got to try again, and then they would do it again. So I finally just gave up on it. But I really honestly felt like what I was doing was worthwhile. There was a lot of effort that went into making these concerts sound tremendous. I would say a lot better, but you know, I just, you know, YouTube is a video oriented company, and they just don't value audio as much, I guess. Yep, Kyle, you're exactly right. You're right. You know, I'd get a lot of, you know, and that was one of the reasons I got a lot of subscribers that I got were from the shorts, but they would never go to from the shorts to the long form video. And then the long form video in a lot of cases were chaptered to where they would just, you know, when you're reviewing an item and you're not going through, I mean, I didn't get enough. I don't get enough types of things where at this point where I can go really super in depth on them. There's a few videos that I've done where I've spent significant time making the videos, but a lot of things are just little gadgets and things that you don't have, you know, a ton of stuff to talk about other than just to demo it and kind of show you what you get and how well it works, and those notes aren't conducive to people watching for long periods of time. So I'm trying to pivot a little bit. One of the reasons I got this 3D printer is to, you know, it still fits my niche, I guess. But I thought I could probably make some more useful content once I get up to speed on 3D printing. But I mean, this is not going to be a 3D printing channel per se. It's, you know, still just going to be general tech and gadgets, but it certainly fits the bill. Uh, I've heard that about the live streams. I just never thought that anybody would find anything interesting that I did in a live stream. I have heard that that is a great way, and you know what? This is the first time I tried it, and I was like, you know, I'll just put a picture of or a video of my printer doing its thing, and sort of therapeutic in a way. I was just looking at it, just watching it for, you know, minutes on end, I guess, and I was like, well, somebody might think it's interesting, and it is one of the newer printers, so I just thought I would do it, and sure enough, people have tuned in, and I've enjoyed it. Fewer walls. Okay. Good to know. I just, on this one, I just used I didn't make any modifications other than the color on the print. I got this off of whatever. I got off of the online maker library or whatever. Somebody recommended it to me, a friend of mine that had just recently bought the same printer. Isn't it funny? The funny thing to me is I'm watching my live stream on my monitor that is a foot away from my printer that's actually printing, and I'm watching the live stream instead of the printer. Oh gosh. Yeah, same. I have a video that I've been needing to finish for somebody for the last week, and I have gotten off on this tangent, and I'm not getting anything done. You know, it's funny. I had a manufacturer send me. This is totally. I don't know why I'm even talking about this, but I had a manufacturer send me a new bed. They actually sent me like one of those giant king size mattresses, foam, 14-inch deep foam mattresses. I've got to do a video about that. And it's sitting here behind me in a ginormous box. That's not a word. And I have to talk my wife into letting me video our bedroom. Exactly, squirrel. my family thinks I'm so cringy for making videos, and that's just too bad. I'm old enough to not worry about that so much anymore. Yeah, exactly. Good luck with that. She told me if I clean the entire room and my side of the bed that I don't keep very clean, uh, I have to do all that first. So, like you said, good luck with that. But I just thought it was funny because I'm my channel's mostly tech gadgets and things, and somehow or another, a mattress fit into that somehow or another. Yeah, yeah. I'm using. Yeah, it definitely helped me pay for this printer. I probably would not be buying this printer if I didn't have the channel. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm hoping for, Nick. I I when I do retire, I hope to have some sort of residual income or something I can make a little bit of extra. I don't want to be on a completely fixed income at that point. It'd be nice to have a hobby and something you enjoy doing and have a little extra income come in. I need to get out and start testing more of these cameras that I've got. I've got like several like 360 cameras, the Osmo cameras, the Ace Pro 2. What's the other one? I can't even think. But yeah, I've got a bunch of different action cameras and things like that. 360 cameras. But there's so many people making videos about that stuff that I don't feel like I can compete. And there's nothing interesting to take video of in my area. At least I keep telling myself that. Yeah, Kyle, I didn't set out to get a Bambu lab. I found out that a few of my friends had them. I had completely stayed out of the 3D printing stuff on purpose. And I had looked at Creality and some of the other stuff, and then I ended up talking to a guy at work that I really respect, super smart guy, and he had a Bambu Labs, but he had a smaller, older one. I think he might have the P1S, and he was just telling me about it, and I kind of started going down the rabbit hole, and I ended up with this one as of yesterday. You know what's funny is you guys talk about winning the lottery. One of the gadgets I got in today was a Bitcoin miner, and I hooked it up and couldn't get it to connect correctly, and so I flashed the firmware to get it to the latest firmware, and it bricked. So that's going back. When I saw your comment about the lottery, it reminded me of the Bitcoin miner. About the same likelihood. Yes, it was an ESP32. Yep. There's quite a few things that I'm kicking myself over. My son recently, well, he's 24, but he graduated with a finance and accounting degree and got his master's, and now he's got all of his financial, well, not all of them, but a lot of the licenses, and so he's in the finance, wealth management business now. And that kid, he knows what he's doing, and he knows. If I'd have been anything like him, I would be in a different position. But he is. He doesn't miss out on those type of things. So we'll see after the years go by how it works out for him. But he's very much into investing. Doesn't spend a penny. Invests everything. Same, Jack. And I really didn't understand it very well. And to be honest with you, I don't understand it all that well now. But there's so many things like that. Nick, I have already said that. Not so much a guest house, but someone to uh, take me on vacations. Oh yeah, I heard about that. Searching landfills. Yeah, I get griped at by my son every time I buy something like this printer. It's like, you know what you could use that money for? And I said, yeah, a printer. And I just built him a computer for Christmas. A Windows computer, believe it or not. Haven't built. Actually had not built a new computer in years. Ever since I decided I just liked Macs better, and started just buying Macs and not dealing with building computers. And then I had a company reach out to me for some really pretty cool PC cases with all the LED fans and all that stuff in there. And they sent me two of them, and I used one of them and built my son a computer for Christmas out of it, and it came out great. I still have a solid white case that would make a really cool computer, and I'm gonna build myself one at some point in the future, but not for a little while. but at least I have a really nice case. I have a video on about the case, by the way. Yes, you're exactly right. Matter of fact, the RAM double, well, was it double? It was close to double in price, like a couple of weeks after I built it. You're 100% right. It's crazy. So I did luck out and got it at a decent price prior. Yeah, I did just buy 2 NVMe sticks for a case, and for an external case, and I'm running like RAID 0 on it. I did buy that after prices had gone up, and those they had, but literally that was another thing. That was just a few weeks ago, and it had already rose in price quite a bit when I bought those, and then literally within another week or so after I did that, they increased probably another 30%. And I haven't really looked at the RAM prices except just right after I built my son's computer and saw how much that had risen as well. So yeah, I'll be waiting a little while before I build a computer. I don't even know what I will do with it. I just might be nice to have a Windows machine around. I just can't stand seeing a really cool looking case sit there. So I put it upstairs where I can't see it. Yeah, I know. That's my fear. Yeah, I run Linux in VMs whenever I feel like messing around with it, but for the most part, I'm just a Mac. Like my work machine is well, or MacBooks, and then what I'm running on right now is a fairly new machine. It's a what is it? A Mac. What do they call it? Mac Pro? I don't know. M4 Max Pro. I think that's what it is. Mac Studio. That's what it is. Can't think. And here they are they're coming out with the M5s. Oh yeah. I yeah, I still run my all my musical stuff, all my mastering and mixing, Logic Pro and all that stuff. I all that runs on an M1 Mini, and it runs everything I throw at it. For video editing, it It did fine, believe it or not. But I was carrying around a MacBook, an Intel MacBook Pro, like a 2019 was the last Intel version. And when I went from that, and that was a fully maxed out, cost 4 times as much as that M1, and that M1 blew it away. And so now all these different series of M chips that have come after that first little Mac Mini that I've got, they're faster, but it's surprisingly, I mean, that M1 was something else. I don't notice just a stupid amount of difference between the M1 and the M4s. There's definitely a difference, but not anything like the Intel, going from Intel to the M series. Your third computer was an Apple II Plus. That's hysterical. What was my first computer? TRS-80? I didn't even own that. I just used to use one a lot. I used to run a BBS on a TI-99 4A. We wrote the software for it. And I used a Hayes 300 baud modem. And before that, I had a coupler that actually answered the phone and set the handset down on the coupler. It's showing my age, huh? My first Apple computer was a 2E. Yep. I'm trying to remember. We ran BBSs on the Apple as well, but the first ones I remember I was 13 or 14 years old, I guess, when the TI-99s were out, and we used to demo our BBS to the users group at the library at young age like that. And people couldn't believe we were running a BBS on a TI computer. It's pretty funny. Okay, now you've beat me. Telex. Oh yeah, I used to load software off of a cassette player. And I remember thinking how cool I was because I got the TI-99 was like a 16-bit computer, is that right? Was that like one of the first? I think it was 16-bit. And all the Apples were 8-bit. Or am I thinking wrong? I'm going way back now. I remember I put a cartridge in to get 32. Was it 32 extra K of RAM? Something like that. Trying to think what year that would have been. That would have been like 83, 84, something like that when I was doing all that. Okay, now that's getting there. I didn't have that. I did have a what do they call it? A voice emulator that I had to plug into the side of the computer, and then I had a Pascal P code card that went into a an external enclosure, so you could program in Pascal. And then to do assembly language, I had a cartridge that went into the computer, and I knew nothing about assembly language, but my friend down the street, he did. That's how we got our BBS working. That's funny. My college, not college, this was high school. We had, what did we have? Apple II Pluses, I think. I'm trying to remember. And she had me for the whole semester. I just did my own thing while she taught everybody else. I don't know what, but she had me writing a program to keep track of baseball scores. And averages, and basically that sort of thing. And I never finished it. I got a ways into it, but I never finished it. I am not a programmer. I am definitely a debugger. So a friend of mine, that longtime friend, he's still a programmer to this day. He could program anything, and like such a short period of time, it just shocked me. He's doing assembly language at 13 years old or whatever, and but he make a mistake. I didn't know exactly what I was looking at when I was looking at his code, but somehow or another I could put it together and say, have you thought that maybe this is not doing that? And we worked well together. I was able to debug stuff that I didn't really understand, but the logic made sense to me, I guess. Crystal reports, yep. That's funny. Hadn't thought about crystal reports in a while. The funny thing is whenever I got my first job, like I said, in '92, I one second. I started as a part-time tech person, I guess, a computer assistant. And at that time, I had never used an IBM machine. So DOS. I had only used Mac, or not Macs, the Apple IIe and that sort of thing. And I put basically when I put my application in, I just put everything that I had ever heard of on my resume. And when I got hired, I went and bought I think my very first one was a 386 SX16 clone. And I learned as much as I could and then got thrown into it. And I think that I was supporting people that everybody had laptops, and these old Toshiba laptops, and WordPerfect 5.1. Yeah. That's where my career started. I built a help desk app in the version 1 of Microsoft Access. And then I beta tested, this is a little later, I just like to mention stuff, OS2 Warp. I remember beta testing that and then ended up having to use that because we had Novell and CC Mail. And the only way to have our CC Mail do, this is getting way deep, but do routing between companies was through SPX connections. And to do it simultaneously, we had to use OS2 in order to have multitasking. Wow, I'm talking about stuff I hadn't thought about in years. We had one machine with OS2, and that was it. Sat in a closet and ran a bunch of Windows with DOS command line thing running. I don't even remember exactly what it was, but it was funny. Good old CC Mail. Well, where I learned, well, not Linux, but Unix was when we got the old Solaris machines. I can't even remember. We had one at the time, and I had to go to class and learn it at whatever. I can't even think. I'm running. My brain's dead. Sun Microsystems or whatever, and I went to class and never ended up using it because somebody else had that machine and they learned it. But I think it was on whatever version 2, Solaris 2.3 was when I learned that. Oh, that's right. You're an hour ahead of me. Yep, I taught myself NetWare 3.11, and then while I was learning it, 3.12 came out, and I did that on the fly while I was working, doing that WordPerfect 5.1 support. It wasn't just WordPerfect, but anyway. And I'll never forget installing a network, the Novell network, and trying to get everything, trying to basically talk our company into investing in networks and stuff. And what was it? Oh no, I'm thinking about something completely different. Yeah, I think that what really got them was the fact that they could share printers. That was like the biggest thing in the world. That's what actually got it approved. Yes, if I'm not mistaken, 3.12 weren't those when you didn't have to build your? Oh my gosh, didn't you used to have to build the driver, not the driver, but the whatever it's called? Now I'm losing it. You used to have to like compile something or build a Yep, we had Lotus 123 as well. My company that company that I worked for that ended up being bought by the big company was a company that wrote accounting manuals, or wrote, well, manuals for accountants. So they would be like different, like how to do an audit, compilation and review. How do you do an audit on restaurants and bars? How you did just random things. And our company was made up of 2/3 accountants or CPAs and some lawyers or attorneys. There you go. Yep. Compiled for that, Nick. Yep, that's exactly right. In 312, I remember a lot of that was automated, but I remember we used to use 3Com video cards, or not video cards, network cards, and something about them I don't remember. 3C509. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm remembering that. 3C509s. Yeah, those didn't compile right, and you had to go into the INI files and make some modifications to get it to work. Oh my gosh. Good times. Good times. Wonder how many people are on this going, what the heck are they talking about? I'm watching a 3D printer and they're talking about stuff from 1994. I'm trying to remember if I'm not sure. Do I remember that? I think I do remember that. I remember we had two IBM computers that were what was it? What was it called? They were different. They were a totally different architecture. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm for whatever reason that's I'm not yes, I know that. I don't know. That must have just like I've completely purged that from my memory. That is a blast from the past term, or well, are you talking about like Cirrus Logic? I'm just trying to remember. It was a different kind of. I had to do something different with the IBMs because they were. I just wish I could remember. Oh well. So how about those 3D printers? This thing has gone up. I mean, it's completed quite a bit since we've been talking. I think I started streaming when it was about. It had just finished the curve at the bottom, which you can barely see on the screen now. Let's see what it says, how much time's left. It says 3 hours and 13 minutes left, 60% printed. See, I still don't even have a good understanding of how much filament this is actually taking. Because I would assume that it's not, when you're looking at a spool of filament and how many grams there is, how does that equate physically, like looking at the spool and looking at what you're printing as, is it 1-to-1, or I know a lot of it's hollow inside and stuff, but yeah, I can tell. I'm looking at my spool, so yeah, it's used quite a bit of the filament doing these things. Okay. Well, I have two spools of this, so if it runs out, it should switch over. It's funny, like I was saying earlier, I've already, like with all this filament that I have coming in, I'm like already going, I might need another AMS so I can run it through the other nozzle. Not so much for color though. But as Jack was telling me earlier, is using it for support material, different kind of, maybe using it for PLA and then using the PET G for some of the projects that I hope to do at some point. I don't know. I'm still learning. I might be using different terminology. I think I'm using the right terminology these days, but a lot of that's just from reading. It's not from putting it into practice yet. Yeah, I've printed 2 other parts of this. One doesn't really count because it was only like 13 minutes long, but I did print the chute, which took almost 5 hours. It was 4.5, 440 or something like that. So I've printed probably a total of 8 hours now altogether on this spool. Yeah, that's what Jack was telling me earlier, is how that they're good for each other as support because they don't stick. And I don't know. I don't know if I want to hang a spool off the side like I've got that bracket for it. But then again, I don't have room for at this point in time until I get this all rearranged. I don't really have room for another AMS either. I might just get one of the HT, the single HT modules, and use that. Yeah, I've got the one AMS2. I just don't have a second one. So really all I'm using right now is just the right nozzle. That's all using those. But yeah. And I'd also like to have another AMS just because, I don't know, I'd just like to have it all loaded. All the filaments that I have in different colors and stuff, even though I probably won't be using a lot of different colors at the same time, but I probably will use I will probably use different colors for different projects. So it'd be nice not to have to deal with that and just keep them in there and keep them dry and all that stuff. Did anybody have any experience with the HT? I think that's what it is, AMS HT or Yeah, I'm gonna block that name, Hugh Forge, out of my brain right now. I don't need another rabbit hole. Yeah, I think for at least for quite some time, I'm planning on just doing two color stuff where the second color is more of I don't know, for logos and text or something like that I want to incorporate. I don't know that there'll probably be some. I will find something where I'll use multiple colors just because my daughter's off at college and she's doing her sorority thing, or she's joining one or rushing right now, and I think she's found out today which one she was in, and I was like, oh, I can make her a keychain with the right colors and stuff on there, and put her name in there on one side with one color and the other color, vice versa. Just random little stuff to start. Very simple, supposedly. There you go. I need to do something to make my wife think that this is not all in vain. I have not done any CAD work. I've looked at CAD. I've looked at the AutoCAD software and stuff, and just slightly messed around with it. And I've looked at Blender and some things like that in the past. But I wouldn't. I would feel wrong saying that I have any experience with it. Yeah, but right now that I'm the side hustle that I probably make the most money on. No, that's wrong. That's wrong. I shouldn't say that. But she is I make a little bit of money on the Amazon affiliate stuff, and while I'm showing her I'm making a profit with the time all this time spent, but just not a ton. She is more concerned about the junk, and I need to start throwing away things. But every time you get something, you need to throw something away. And I'm like, I just should sell them. I should just put stuff on eBay or something. But my whole thing there is I'm just too lazy to deal with people and deal with going and shipping stuff. Yeah, there's no, and she's even resorted to calling me a hoarder now, and I'm not. I'm not, but I do like to keep boxes for things. That's one thing I'll admit. My attic has got a lot of boxes for things in case I sell it or in case I need to send it in. And And then I've got stuff like, I told you I was into, well, I didn't even say that. I'm in photography, but I was a videographer before that. And I still have, and what actually got me into photography in the 2000s was the fact that I was shooting video and everything went HD. And I didn't want to spend the money to retool everything into HD. I was doing all the analog standard definition stuff. And so I still have some of my standard def ENG cameras, you know, the big ones that you used to see, the news guys carrying on their shoulders and stuff. Still have some of those in the closet because I can't get myself to get rid of them. Ah, SD card organizers. Now that's something I could use. How about CF cards or CF Express cards? I need those these days too. That's the one thing that I have not done, which is kind of surprising, is I have not spent any time at all looking at the pre-built stuff or all the stuff that's in the maker libraries and whatever. I have not looked at any of that, to be honest with you. I just have seen, you know, snapshots or what comes up on the screen, you know, but I have not like started like looking for anything in particular until, in matter of fact, what I'm printing right now, somebody, my friend that just bought one of these printers as well, sent me the link and said, hey, this is one of the things you need to print. So I did. And I probably would have done all that tonight if I wasn't talking for 3 hours. Oh my gosh, 3 hours and 41 minutes. Yeah, that sounds good. Desk organizers. Christmas ornaments. Yep. Excellent. My wife's into that, but she's more into the Christmas ornaments from travel. So when we go on vacation almost every year, wherever we go, there's a Christmas ornament that comes from that place. And so if I just print her one out, she might take that the wrong way. I didn't think about that. Some of the places that she wants to go on vacation that I've been, and it was nothing special, I always say, just go on Google Maps and walk down the streets. You can look at it there, you know, and that doesn't go over well. So it probably wouldn't go over well if I started making clones of stuff from cities that she hasn't gotten to visit. I literally intended on just testing this tonight, and then finishing a video, and then what was the third thing I was going to do? Oh, and start watching videos on how to use the Bambu Studio or in Tinkercad and that sort of thing. And I've only accomplished one thing, is testing this screen. Thing. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna have to go through there because I would guess that it would be a good learning experience just to download some of the things and just see how it's built, and then maybe try to either modify or create something similar from scratch yourself, I think that might be something that would be good for me to learn. Instead of trying to start completely from scratch, maybe look at some of these other designs and see how they were done. Oh, I missed your comment about the right angle door frame thing. It says Merry Christmas. Huh. Okay. So I'm gonna have to like create a document or something and start writing down like ideas, because all the things that sound good, I'll by morning I'm gonna forget. Yeah, I was thinking there probably is one of these, but I was thinking today when I got that that Bitcoin miner thing, I was like, I could build a little contraption or whatever to either hang it up on something or a stand or some sort, instead of just that little plastic case that it comes in. That yeah, that's what I'm gonna. That's what I need to remind myself of. Don't reinvent the wheel if it's already done, unless you're just trying to learn. Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, I didn't think about the Raspberry Pi stuff. It's funny, I'm sending this thing back because I bricked it, and I didn't even bother to unscrew the case or anything. I just put it back in the box, all hooked together. And I've got one Christmas present that I have to return, a robot vacuum cleaner that I didn't like. And tomorrow is the last day. So I can't forget to do that, or I'm going to be stuck with that cost. Yeah, this is pretty cool. I I have decided that I like this live streaming thing. Like you said, it's really cool to talk to like-minded people. And I've always, with the YouTube thing, they always talk about there's always an audience for somebody. There's somebody out there. But I guess my problem is not thinking that I would. I mean, yeah, they're out there, but how do you get people to attract anybody that's like that? And that's a. I was thinking, well, maybe people would be interested in this 3D printer because that kind of catches your eye. And but I didn't, like I said, I didn't expect to be on here for 3 hours. I didn't even expect to be on here like 10 minutes. Yeah, absolutely. I'm just glad my office is on the other side of the side of the house. My wife would be wondering who in the heck I'm talking to. Well, I've got plenty of subs. I just don't have the hours. Yeah. Yeah, that's the one thing I didn't want to do. I didn't want to just put my face on here and start a live stream, and that was I had thought about it once before about doing just turning one on and seeing what happened, what we would talk about, and I didn't. I think putting this out here was a little more interesting to somebody, people passing by, I guess, and seeing something they might tune into. It's turned out much better than I thought it would. That's for sure. And not having my face on there probably makes me speak a little bit better than I would if I was sitting there staring at myself. You know, one of the things that surprised me is as hot as these tools are, and the bed and the heater that's inside and everything. I thought for sure it was going to heat my office up, and I'm surprised how it really doesn't. I'm wondering if it'll be the same in the summertime. Oh, that's a very good tidbit. I had no idea about that. So if you make like a coffee mug or something like that, what should you use? Or should you do something like that at all? Yeah, exactly. Maybe I'll just stick to ceramic cups or stainless steel Yetis or something. Of course, then if I do that, and I'll probably decide to get myself a laser and etching and stuff. And like I was talking earlier about the laser version and buying a laser, I don't think I'm intend on ever putting a laser on a printer, just due to the filthiness of it and having to keep it clean, and it just doesn't seem like that's something good to mix, even though it's cool. But I would kind of like to try the plotter. It's too bad you can't just get a plotter attachment, the little pen plotter thing. I don't know. I thought that might be kind of cool, but I don't want to spend the money for. I guess spend the money for the laser and just to get a pen plotter thing. And see, the problem is if I decided to spend the whatever it is to upgrade it, I mean, to buy the cheaper laser, was it $299 or something like that, just to get the plotter, I would end up in a weak moment putting the laser on there just to play around with it, and I don't want to do that. Yeah, stickers and stuff. That's what I heard. So I guess it might be worth using it for that. I just don't want to. I just wish they had an option where you didn't have to get the laser itself. And I haven't even really looked at it. Does it come with the plotter part and all that stuff on on the 10-watt laser package. Yeah, I was just curious if you got all the same stuff with the 10 watt as you did the 40 watt. If you got all the extra, the cutter and all that stuff. Because I could almost at some point in time maybe justify the 10 watt laser just to get those other tools, but certainly not the 40 watt laser just to get those tools. If I'm not going to use the laser part of it, you know, it would just be nice to be able to get that separate. Yep, that's exactly right. Yep. If I do get something to do that etching and stuff, and I would get a completely separate, and I'd put it in the garage. Oh my gosh. Wow, all those lasers. Holy cow. Yeah, I can't even imagine that. I mean, it basically looks like things are on fire with the 40 watt one. And I haven't looked at a lot of those videos, but there was enough smoke and whatnot to make me go, that is just not going to be good for. Well, first of all, it was fumes and ventilation that I'd have no way of. I mean, I would have to really rearrange in here to run something like that. And then on the second part is just all the just seems like it just doesn't seem like a good idea inside of a printer. Lee. What are you making with that stuff? That's amazing. Do you have videos? I haven't checked your channel yet because I'm too busy on here, but at the moment I'm going to check it out before I go to bed. Do you have videos on all these lasers and things that you're using? I'd love that. I'd love to see that. Great. I will check it out for sure. That's amazing. Has it started snowing yet? Is your goal to stay up until it does? We're just supposed to get a really another strong cold front come through, but there's no moisture at all, so it's just going to be cold. I'm wondering how many shrubs I've lost during the freeze or during the. I mean, a lot of the shrubs around here don't deal with digit or anything under 20 degrees very well. Yeah, I can bet. I bet. So it's what, 3:22 your time? Yeah, that's even pushing it for me. Especially if I got all these big plans tomorrow to rearrange this room and move all this stuff. Oh, gosh. I'm probably going to have to cut this off here pretty quick. But I'm just enjoying the heck out of the fact that I've had my first, I would call it a successful live stream. So I'm kind of thrilled about that. So it's hard to want to stop. Well, I appreciate you guys. It was good talking to you. And I don't know, I may try these every so often. So and I'm gonna check out your Nick. You have a site as well, a YouTube channel, or no? Oh, okay. Well, thanks for the sub too. Yeah, I don't know when I'm going to run another one of these. Maybe at some point I'll put my face on the screen. But honestly, I've got to learn how to use the darn software. I think I know how to use it, but like switching in between things, and I know a lot of people that do the podcasting now can switch between what they're working on and their different cameras. And I'd like to get to that point at some point, but I'd rather spend time talking and interacting than worrying about what I'm showing on the screen. This was kind of cool. Well, I think I'm going to call it. What is it? I just turned 4 hours and 2 minutes. So I am going to say goodnight. Once again, I really appreciate it. I appreciate you guys taking time out to talk to me about this stuff. I'm probably going to do another one soon, just because I'm learning a lot, and just like I've probably learned just as much as I would have if I'd have spent all this time. I probably actually smarter to do it this way than to watch all the YouTube channels, because I'll get sucked into something that's not what I should be watching, and just asking questions to someone that's experienced this better than watching YouTube to me. So I do appreciate your time. Well, I hope you get some snow. Oh, you got snowflakes. Good. I was about to say, I hope you get some snow. Thanks again. I'll talk to you guys later.